all rise.
Thaçi Makamb.
The Kosovo Specialist Chambers is now in session.
Be seated. Madam Court Officer, please call the case.
Good morning, Your Honor. This is case KSC BC 2020-06, the Specialist Prosecutor versus Hashim Thaçi, Kadir Veseli, Recep Selimi, and Jakub Krasniqi.
I note that all of the accused are present in court. Today we will start hearing the evidence of prosecution witness W04264, who will be appearing by video link. I note for the record that duty counsel for 4264 is present in the VTC location. Good morning, Mr. Counsel. Could you please identify yourself for the record?
Good morning, Your Honors. I am Arenit Thaçi, lawyer from Pristina.
Thank you for being with us. Before bringing the witness in, I will note that we will follow an adapted hearing schedule. First, the plan is for W04264 to testify every day until 12:30, unless otherwise indicated. And we will take our regular breaks at 10 o'clock and 11 o'clock. If needed, additional breaks will be accommodated. I note that WPSO has recommended adapted questioning. I am referring to filing F02797 from 18 December 2024. The panel therefore orders counsel to the extent possible, 1, to ask questions in chronological order in terms of events or dates that they relate to, and 2, to follow the pace of the witness to allow time for memory recall, and 3, to put questions to the witness in an open and non-confrontational, non-pressuring manner, and to avoid repetitions and leading questions. Please bring us into private session.
Your Honors, we are now in public session.
Madam Court Officer, please bring the witness into the remote hearing room. You can be seated now, Mr. I'm sorry, remain standing for the time being. Witness, I'm going to read out the text of the solemn declaration which you are asked to take pursuant to Rule 141, Paragraph 2 of our Rules of Procedure. I will ask you to repeat the text aloud and to indicate your consent. I will read a portion and then I'll stop and ask you to repeat that portion, and then we will continue on through the solemn declaration. Do you understand that?
Yes, yes.
All right. Here is the solemn declaration. Conscious of the significance of my testimony, you can repeat that.
Interjection.
Conscious of the significance of my testimony,
Me përgjegjësinë
and my legal responsibility,
Tell the truth.
deklaroj solemnisht
I solemnly declare that I will tell the truth,
krejt të vërtetë
the whole truth,
dhe vetëm të vërtetë
and nothing but the truth,
My knowledge.
dhe nuk do të mbaj
and that I shall not withhold anything
Knowledge.
kam dieni.
which has come to my knowledge.
You can be seated now. Witness, today we will start your testimony, which is expected to last 2 days. The prosecution will ask you questions first, and then the defense has the right to ask questions of you, and members of the panel might also ask questions of you. The prosecution estimate for your examination is 1 hour. Defense estimates that it will need 6 hours. As regards each estimate, we hope that counsel will be judicious in the use of their time. The panel may allow redirect examination if conditions for it are met. Witness, please try to answer the questions clearly with short sentences. If you don't understand a question, feel free to ask counsel to repeat the question, or tell them that you don't understand and they will clarify. Also, please try to indicate the basis of your knowledge of facts and circumstances that you will be asked about. In the event you are asked by the SBO to attest to some corrections made regarding your statements, you are reminded to confirm on the record that the written statement, as corrected by the list of corrections, accurately reflects your declaration. Please also speak into the microphone and wait 5 seconds before answering a question, and then speak at a slow pace for interpreters to catch up. During the next days while you are giving evidence in this court, you are not allowed to discuss with anyone the content of your testimony outside of the courtroom. If any person asks you questions outside the court about your testimony, please let us know. Please stop talking if I ask you to do so, and also stop talking if you see me raise my hand. These indications mean that I need to give you an instruction. If you feel the need to take breaks, please make an indication and an accommodation will be made. We are aware that counsel has been assigned to the witness, and I am referring to filing F02723, so that the witness is able to seek legal advice if he has any legitimate concerns of self-incrimination. Witness, I remind you that as per the solemn declaration that you have just read, you have the obligation to tell the truth. Under our rules, you are hereby advised that you are not required to answer a question that is incriminating unless and until the panel compels you to answer, in accordance with Rule 151, Paragraph 2, and determines that an assurance under Rule 151, Paragraph 3 should be provided to you. You are hereby advised that in the event such a question of self-incrimination arises, You or your assigned counsel may raise the issue to the panel, and we will proceed to determine whether or not, and under what circumstances, you might be compelled to answer. In such a case, the decision as to whether you must answer a question is exclusively that of the panel. If ordered to do so by the panel, you must answer all questions asked by you. We will begin with the questions from the prosecutions in just a moment, but let me ask Mr. Thaçi, are you aware of any possible areas of self-incrimination that you are aware of and that should be brought to the court's attention?
You caught in the word?
Your Honors, I had a very limited opportunity to discuss in relation to the case with my client because he is simply unable to follow the operations that are slightly more complex in this case. Therefore, I have not noticed any or seen any indication that he can self-incriminate.
Thank you, and we ask you to bring to our attention immediately if any such of an occasion arises, and we will deal with it at that time then.
Yeah.
So we will begin
Thank you.
now, and please give them your attention. Mr. Prosecutor, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good morning, Your Honors.
Your Honors, before the prosecutor continues, can I just confirm that present at the remote room is myself, court officer, court management unit, together with Mr. Ariane Thaçi, duty counsel for the witness and witness W0426. Thank you.
Thank you. You should be aware that your microphone is cutting out somewhat.
I'll keep an eye on the connection.
Thank you. Go ahead, Mr. Prosecutor.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good morning, Mr. De Bruyne.
Good morning.
Hapen, I represent the prosecution. You will recall that you and I first met in Kosovo in November, approximately 2 months ago. Do you remember that?
Oh,
Yes.
Please tell the court your name.
Sokol
Sokol Dobruna
në Kosovë,
in Kosovo.
Were you born?
në Gjakov,
In Jakova.
Date of birth?
njëzet e dy
22nd March 1940.
I'm sorry, Your Honor. My translation cut out, Your Honor. My apologies.
Pardon me?
I'll proceed, and if I'm not hearing the translation. I may have inadvertently hit the channel button. You're not, Your Honor.
I'm not hearing the translation either.
Shall I proceed, Your Honor?
Translators, could you say something?
Yes, good morning. Can you hear me?
I got nothing. Works better if I plug this in. All right, go ahead. Sorry.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm sorry, would you repeat, please, your date of birth? Mr. De Bruyne?
22
22nd March 1940.
What is your profession, sir?
avocat.
Lawyer.
Working as a lawyer.
Po.
Yes.
Clients in court, I'm sorry, do you at present appear in court on behalf of clients?
Po.
Yes.
Do you still handle trials in court on behalf of clients?
Po.
Yes.
On behalf of a client?
Dia.
Yesterday.
Sure of that proceeding?
Juridico civile.
A civil case.
How long, was it in the afternoon?
Ora
It was at 1:30 p.m.
Shumpak.
Very shortly.
How long?
Nuk është majt seansa
The hearing was adjourned because the complainant wasn't present.
You've previously given a statement to the prosecutor's office in 2018. May I please ask the court officer to bring up 054739 TR AT Part 1 revised and the corresponding English version? Can you please confirm now for the court that that in fact you gave a statement to the SPO in 2018?
nuk më kujtohet.
I don't recall.
Do you recall our meeting in November of 2024, approximately 2 months ago?
Po.
Yes.
Your entire 2018 statement read to you over the course of several days.
Jo.
No.
I want to take you, do you recall meeting with me on Friday last, several days ago?
Po.
Yes.
Remotely, with you being in your office?
Po.
Yes.
See, present with you during that meeting?
S'po më kujtohet.
I am not able to recall it.
You recall telling me that you remembered meeting me in November of 2024.
Jo.
No, I don't recall it.
That you remember having had your prior statements read to you during our meeting in November of 2024.
Më falni, nuk e kuptoj.
I'm sorry, I don't understand the entirety of the question.
I'll break it down into smaller bits. When you and I met, do you remember discussing having your statement, your prior SPO statement read to you in November 2 months ago?
Më falni, a ka mundësi ta lexoni një deklaratë?
I apologize. Would it be able for you to read such a statement in order for me to be able to remember it?
I'm asking you, sir, I'll start from the beginning again. Do you remember meeting with me on Friday?
Po,
Yes.
You told me that you remembered our first meeting.
nuk më kujtohet.
I don't recall.
Do you not recall, sir, volunteering to me that you found the review of your prior statements exhausting?
Me siguri po.
Most certainly, yes.
Do you recall telling me that on Friday?
Jo,
No.
I apologize for rising, Mr. President. Could we just get a reference for that last portion in the note,
Yes.
the part about exhausting?
It is paragraph. My apologies, Your Honor. I'm having trouble finding the specific quote. It's in paragraph 5, and I'll rephrase the question. Do you remember, Mr. De Bruna, my telling you that the reason that Mr. Thaçi and I agreed to meet was in order to assist you to prepare for today's testimony?
po.
Yes.
Am I reviewing with you your obligation to tell the truth?
Po,
Yes.
In response,
nuk më kujtohet.
I don't recall.
Kom thonë,
I most probably said that it is self-evident that one must tell the truth in front of the court.
do you remember me explaining to you that the purpose of the meeting was to review your prior statements?
Po.
Yes.
And do you remember me telling you that Mr. Thaçi had hard copies of those statements and he could assist you in the review if necessary?
S'kam përgjigje.
I have no answer.
Do you remember me telling you specifically that Mr. Thaçi and I had agreed that the focus of the preparation session would be to refresh your memory about certain clarifications you made to your prior statements?
Ja.
No.
Do you remember specifically telling me, sir, that you remembered having your prior statements read to you and were concerned that all the corrections might not be accurate? And by that I mean all the corrections you made.
E di se ka pas korrigime.
I know there were corrections. Quite a few. However, I do not remember what corrections specifically were made.
Without remembering specifically the questions made, do you remember me reading you a note summarizing those corrections? And I'm referring to our meeting in November 2 months ago.
Ja.
No.
I'm going to ask you a few questions about things that you told me in November, which were read back to you as part of what we call Prep Note 1. And for the record, Mr. President, Prep Note 1 is ERN 123558 to 123568. Do you remember that a translator in Kosovo read to you over the course of several days all of your prior statements?
Ja.
No.
Gjykata e nderuar,
Your Honors, I apologize for the interruption. Can we go briefly into private session, please? Closed session.
Yes, into private session, please. If you change your,
Your Honors, we are now in public session.
Mr. Dobruna, if you change your mind and decide that you do not feel comfortable testifying in public session, please let us know or let your lawyer know. Go ahead, Mr. Prosecutor.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Juist, seances publieke noemde
I do not want to answer any question outside public session.
Thank you. We are respecting your wishes on that.
Do you remember telling me, Mr. Dobruna, when we met in November, in correcting a name of a U.S. official identified in your prior statement and telling me that the correct name should be James Rubin?
nog me kultuur.
I don't remember.
Specifically that you believe James Rubin was a U.S. State Department official? Sorry. Do you remember telling, I'll repeat the question, Your Honor. Do you remember telling me specifically that you believed Mr. Rubin was a U.S. State Department official?
Nog het iets verransier gehad.
I do not see the significance of this question. It's not significant for me whether I said that or not, because that is not a fact that relates to my testimony.
To just answer the question, Mr. Dobruna, it's important that we hear the answer.
Shall I repeat the question, sir?
Meer.
No.
What is your answer?
Pa.
Yes. I remember.
And do you remember telling me, in reference to a statement in your SPO interview about walking all over Kosovo while you were stationed in Divjak, that there was one exception, and that exception was a Jeep ride you took with Recep Salimi?
Jos van kultuur.
No, I don't remember.
Oh, pa.
Yes, yes.
Moment.
Just a moment. Yes.
Do you remember me asking you questions about where you saw a dead Serbian prisoner at Klečka prison?
Een probleem met het cultuurstijl, Richie.
I have problems with my memory, for God's sake. I do not remember, but it's not important. It could be so. I'm not denying it.
Specifically, do you remember clarifying your statement to tell me that the location where you saw that prisoner was in a cell inside the prison?
Ja.
No.
Do you remember correcting several words which you deemed to be incorrectly translated?
Nuk e di për cilat fjalë.
I do not know which words you are referring to.
The word Jeni, Yeni, do you remember telling me that that literally translates as when were you first heard? And it was mistyped as Keni, which means something else?
Jo.
No, no.
Do you remember telling me that the word Busti is mistyped and it appears as Bysti, Bista, and it should be Boosti?
Jo.
No, no. Tell him that I've forgotten everything. You know that I've forgotten everything. Tell them.
Your Honor, it may be appropriate to take an adjournment so Mr. De Bruyne can consult with counsel.
We are going to take a 10-minute break. Madam Court Officer, you can escort the witness out of the room. We're adjourned for 10 minutes.
All rise. All rise.
Be seated. Into private session, please.
Your Honors, we are now in public session.
You may proceed, Mr. Chapin.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Dobruna, I would like to direct your attention to September of 1998. Were you a member of the KLA at that time?
Stator.
September. From 16th September.
When did you join the KLA approximately?
Start.
On the 7th of September, 1998.
Where were you initially based?
Ordonja dhe herë.
Could you please repeat it?
You joined the KLA in September 1998. Where were you based?
Në Jablanicë.
In Jablanica.
Role at that point?
Fillimisht ushtari thjesht.
Initially, I was an ordinary soldier. And subsequently, I had the role of raising morale in war. I don't remember the title.
Run.
Person in charge of morale.
Do you remember the name of your commander?
Ramush Hared.
Ramush Haradinaj.
While you were serving in Jablanica, did you know somewhere or were you aware of someone named Lahi Brahimaj?
Po.
Yes.
What was his position?
Si
I saw him as part of the lineup when they would line up in the morning. That's when I got to see him for the first time.
Did he occupy a position at the general headquarters as well at some point?
nuk më kujtohet.
I don't remember discussing this with him or with Ramush.
Do you remember knowing it?
S'pi kuptoj pyetjen.
I do not understand the question.
Aware that he was also a member of the general headquarters.
Nuk më kujtohet.
I don't remember.
I'd like to permission to confront the witness or present the witness a prior statement, Your Honor, to refresh his memory.
Yes, go ahead.
In light of the reading impediment, Your Honor, shall I simply provide the cite for the parties and read it to the witness? Yes.
I would put it on the screen as well, Mr. Chapin.
Thank you. May we please have 054739 TR ET Part 1, page 9, starting at line 24, with the Albanian version being at Part 1 revised, page 10, lines 6 through 19. Mr. De Bruyne, I'm going to read you a portion of the statement you gave to the SPO in 2018. You were asked the question, may I ask you, other than Ramush Haradinai, who else was in command? And your response was, the command, there was an assistant commander like in administration. There was a member of the general headquarters who acted in the operative zone, but who's also contributed to the general headquarters as a connection. And you were asked that person's name, and you responded, let me think of it once because I have started to forget names. Lahi Brahimai, he was a member. He was a member of the general headquarters. Does that refresh your recollection?
No, I don't remember.
Do you remember meeting in the fall of 1998 members of the general headquarters?
No, I don't remember.
Do you remember testifying that you met with Hashim Thaçi and Yakub Krasniqi?
I don't remember. With Jakub, we were friends and activists before the war, and that's why I met up with him without knowing what it was all about. I went there on the instructions of Adem Demaci, representative of human rights in Kosovo. When I asked him whether he was the commander, because I thought he was the commander, Jakub that is, he said that he was only the spokesperson. This is what we talked about.
Are you saying you do not remember? Strike that. May we please have on the screen 054739 TRET, Part 1, page 26, starting at line 20. And the Albanian version is at 054739 TRET, Part 1, revised, page 26, starting at line 15. Sorry, Your Honor. Do you remember being asked, sir, this is on line 20 of the English, during your time while you were deployed in Dukajin, did you have any meetings with the general headquarters and giving the following answer. Yes, I remember that it was Jakub Krasniqi. There was also this one, the chief of state. I can't remember, I forget his name. I cannot even remember now the name of the chief of state. I am not acting. And then you were asked the current chief of state. And you said the actual one, that is my lacking, I am forgetting a lot. And you were asked if you were referring to Hashim Thaçi, to which you said, Hashim Thaçi, I am sorry, Hashim Thaçi and Jakub Krasniqi were there and we talked. So, sir, did you in fact meet in the fall of 1998 with Jakub Krasniqi and Hashim Thaçi?
Nog maar goed uit.
I don't remember.
Do you remember going to Diviak in December of 1998 to assume a new position within the KLA?
Diviak. Yes.
And did you go there because you were to become the head of judicial services?
Oh,
Yes.
It was that.
maar just weet dat
On 16th December 1998.
And when you got to Diviak, how did you learn that you were going to become the head of judicial services? Who told you?
nog maar goed uit. Ze
I do not recall how, but I do know that I was informed about my appointment as the chief of the judicial services there. I do not recall how. This was a long time ago. Please, you are asking me, although it's established that my memory is very poor, I do not understand the approach taken by the prosecutor. I am absolutely unable to remember everything. I am not able in a state to remember things.
In December 1998, did Jakub Krasniqi inform you of the job you were to perform?
Your Honor, I object. It's a leading question. Your Honor, we were told this morning that one of the recommendations is to read the questions. The session is doing exactly that.
I'm
To elicit the
overruling
name.
your objection at this point. You're going to have to confine yourself to non-leading questions.
I understand, Your Honor. Mr. Dobruna, a moment ago you mentioned discussing with Jakub your new role in Diviak. Do you remember whether, when you arrived in Diviak, it was Jakub Krasniqi who informed you that you would become head of judicial services?
Your Honor, can I have a reference for where he said he discussed his role with Jakub Krasniqi in his evidence?
I'm sorry, I believe a moment ago he said On line of the provisional transcript, oops.
He did not use the name, I don't believe.
I believe he said, Your Honor, when I asked him whether he was a commander because I thought he was a, I'm sorry. In response to the question, do you remember testifying that you met with Hashim Thaçi and Yakub Krasniqi, Your Honor? The answer at lines 4 through 6 of 22.1 is, I don't remember. With Yakub, we were friends and activists before the war, and that's why I met with him without knowing what it was all about. I went there on the instructions of Adam Damaci, representative of human rights in Kosovo. When I asked him whether he was the commander, because I thought he was a commander, Yakub, that is, he said he was the only spokesperson. That is what we talked about. So I do stand corrected, Your Honor. Were you aware, sir, of any order by the General Staff appointing you to be head of Judicial Services?
Most probably, since that was communicated to me, although I do not know the procedure, I know this was a request from Adam Damaci.
We're going to take another break now.
The instruction was his.
I'm sorry, I thought you had finished your answer, but it's all on record. We'll take a 10-minute break now. Please, you may leave the room with the court officer. Go ahead.
Mr. President, I just wanted to inquire, the time estimates are now going to shift, I assume, and I don't know if the prosecutor has any idea of how long he intends to take.
You know, I think we need to take this, you know, on a question by question and topic by topic basis. When I think the court needs to hear what his long-term memory is like. Clearly, this is more than the 1 hour we predicted. I propose that we see how far we get today and then revisit the question.
All right, we'll take this break now and we'll come back and we'll discuss it. We're adjourned for 10 minutes.
All rise. All rise.
Be seated, please. I understand that somebody wants to make a report of some inter-party discussion.
Yes, Mr. President. We've had inter-parties discussions during the short break about potentially the SPO using 155 to admit certain statements into evidence and the defense not objecting to that. We provide certain qualifications to that. However, we're discussing which statements would come in, and we need about a half an hour for the defense side to go over it, and then hopefully we can report back positively to you by 11 o'clock.
Okay, no problem with as far as we're concerned. Mr. Kutsi, you understand the discussion?
Oh,
Yes.
Just sit tight. We'll see what we can do in a half hour. We'll be back at that time. So we're adjourned for a half hour.
All rise. All rise.
Be seated, please. What's the report back?
The report, Your Honor, is that the SPO at this time would tender, pursuant to Rule 1551, prior statements of this witness, which we understand, based on inter partes communications, that will yield no objection. I would submit that in light of what has transpired today, the elements of 1551 have been satisfied.
Are you going to outline the various documents that are being,
I
are
am,
you
Your Honor.
submitting the entire document?
We are the entire document, and the parties have agreed to what the universe looks like, and it's more expansive than the 154 submissions. But I am prepared to describe each of the documents.
Are you going to do that in writing, or you want to do it orally now?
I can do it at the court's pleasure. I can do it in writing.
I'm asking you what you prefer.
I prefer to do it orally now, Your Honor.
All right. Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor. The prosecutor has correctly laid out what we discussed. Obviously, the defense reserves its position on the weight to be attributed to the statements, which we'll make in final submissions, but other than that, we have no objection.
Anything from up here? Anything else? Go ahead.
Your Honor, the SPO tenders 054739 TRET redacted, parts 1 through 9, and the corresponding Albanian versions, which are also revised and redacted, parts 1 through 9. Second document, Your Honor, is SITF 0001047 to SITF 000100508 redacted. The exhibits associated with those statements, Your Honor, are the following. ERN 056333. I'm sorry. Within the range of 0656312 to 056340. The next one is a single page 056335. Well, Your Honor, I think I should, we're tendering the entire range, 056312 to 056340. Your Honor, we're also tendering, pursuant to agreement, 054664 to 054703, redacted. The same ERN applies to the Albanian version, Your Honor. And 054704 to 054734, again with the same ERN applying to the Albanian. And that's the sum of it, Your Honor.
So these are being tendered under 1551.
They are. Your Honor, I omitted prep note 1, which is also part of the agreed upon tender. And the ERN is 123558. to 123568.
Any objection then?
We're just trying to track it, Your Honour. But we believe there was agreement to the 2013 testimony as well. I believe that's been omitted. And there also seems to be just something we're checking about the scope of an associated exhibit, where it appears that only one page was tendered originally in the 154, and now it appears the full range has been tendered. So we're just verifying that, but I believe that that's something that we need to object to.
So it appears there is not an agreement on some of it.
I think, Your Honor, if I may cut to it, and it may have been a misunderstanding. I think the parties will agree that we're tendering what's set out in footnote 53 of F02720, which I can read into the record if necessary. As to the 2013 statement, I thought that I covered both the RNs, but I may be mistaken.
Just so we're clear, so the panel is aware, what we discussed, and I think there's no disagreement here, is that the 154 packet comes in under 155 and the 2013 testimony, but we just have to get the ERNs correct. So yeah. And prep note 1, yes, of the of the Rule 154 packet. Yes, is also coming in.
I can read for the record, and just to be sure, the 2013 testimony, I have it as the ERN 054664 to 054703, and the second page of that testimony is 054704 until 054734.
On that, we're in agreement, Your Honor.
Thank you.
And if I could just assist the prosecutor, the issue with the full ranges that you cited is that, according to your chart that you submitted with the 154, much of that has already been admitted into evidence.
I think that is correct.
Yep.
So maybe I should go through the individual pages to clarify the record, Your Honor.
All right.
Okay, so with regard to the associated exhibits,
And speak slowly.
Thank you, Your Honor. There are 6 of them. The first is within the range 056312 to 056340, and it is only page 056333. The second is within the same range, and it is only page 056335, and the corresponding English translation, which is 056335 to 056335 ET. The third document, Your Honor, is 056341 to 056341. The fourth is page SITF 000-10511 from the range SITF 000-10509 to SITF 000-10563. The fifth document, Your Honor, is from the same range. It is pages SITF 000-10512 to SITF 000-10532. And the final document, Your Honor, is from the same range, SITF 000-10533 to SITF 000-10555.
Any issue with those?
Not now, Your Honor. Thank you very much.
Yes, we have no objection.
Your Honor, likewise, no objection. Just to underscore the context, because of the very particular circumstances of this witness, that's why no objection has been made, given that this does concern acts and conduct of the accused, but of course there are opportunities to make submissions on that in the lack of cross-examination thereafter.
Thank you
Thank
for
you,
your
Honors.
clarification. Mr. Ellis, anything, or I'm sorry, Ms.
No objections, Your Honor, and I adopt the submissions of Mr. Dixon.
All right, the documents as enumerated are admitted under 155 subparagraph 1, the Code of Rules, the Rules of Procedure. And specifically, I want to just state that that does include Prep Note 1, which is previously identified. Anything further at this time? With this?
No, Your Honor.
I have one question.
Yes, go ahead.
Just to clarify the issue, Mr. Capon, you mentioned Rule 155, Paragraph 1. Could you specify on which alternative of that rule the agreement is based?
If I may have a moment, Your Honor, to pull the rule.
Maybe we should go into private session for that.
I think it
if
may
you
be
think
appropriate.
it's necessary.
Unless, yes.
All right, we'll go into private session then briefly. for your information. We won't go into any detailed specifics.
Your Honors, we are now in public session.
All right.
Thank you.
Public session. Your testimony will no longer be necessary as the parties have agreed that your prior statements were complete and can be submitted in lieu of your testimony. We say that only because you were having difficulty with some remembering some of the matters. So that will be the ruling of the court. Your time here is completed. We thank you for being available for us, and we wish you well.
Thank you. Please allow me to say that I do not accept such a thing from the prosecution.
Madam Court Officer, you may.
Thank you.
Before we leave, we'll have the court officer assign the exhibit numbers to the documents.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Your Honor. Witness statement with the ERN 054739, parts 1 to 9, English and Albanian, will receive the following exhibit number. Part 1 will receive exhibit number P01955.1. Part 2 will be assigned P01955.2. Part 3 P01955.3. Part 4 P01955.4. Part 5 will be assigned P01955.5. Part 6 P01955.6, Part 7, P01955.7, Part 8 will receive number P01955.8, and Part 9 will receive exhibit number P01955.9. The next statement with the ERN SITF 000-10487 to SITF 000-10508 RED will receive exhibit number P01956. Preparation note with the ERN 123558 to 123568 will receive exhibit number P01957. If I may have a clarification from the prosecutor regarding 2 pages that are extracts of one document, whether they should receive separate exhibit numbers or one exhibit number. Those are the pages 056333 and 056335.
I would request to be separate, please.
In that case, page 056333 will receive exhibit number P01958, and the page 056335 will receive exhibit number P01959. Next associated exhibit is ERN 056341 to 056341. That document will receive exhibit number P01960. Also, if prosecutor could please clarify with regards to 3 different extracts from the ERN SITF 000-10509 to SITF 000105563, whether they should receive three separate exhibit numbers.
I would request that SITF 000-10511 receive a separate number, and that the other two to which you allude receive the same number. And I can read them into the record if you'd like.
Thank you.
The first is SITF 000-10512 to SITF 000-10532, and the second, which would be part of the same exhibit, is SITF 000-10533 to SITF 000-10555.
Thank you. So the first page, SITF 000105511, will receive exhibit number P01961, and the second range with the SITF 000-10512 to SITF 000-10555 will receive exhibit number P01962. And if I understood correctly, there were two more documents. They were mentioned with the ERN 054664 to 054703 and 054704 to 054734.
I would propose they have the same exhibit number.
They are two different.
They're part of the 2 days of a hearing. Maybe I misunderstood the question. You correctly cited the ERNs?
Yes, but they're two different documents.
Yes.
That's what I mean. So we would normally assign them.
You should have separate numbers.
Separate numbers, yeah.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. The first one, 054664 to 054703, will receive exhibit number P01963, and the second one, 054704 to 054734, will receive exhibit number P01964. And just to mention that all the documents are confidential. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Thaçi. Thank you very much for being with us. We appreciate your assistance.
Thank you.
Anything further to come before the court?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. President, I'm just checking to see if those admitted statements need to be confidential or not. If we could just.
We'll take a short break before we start with the next witness.
Okay.
And you can take a look during that time period and let us know.
Okay. And the other request, Mr. President, is my client is requesting that in light of the fact that the next witness will testify by video link, if we can't do it now, then at the lunch break, if he could be allowed to watch the proceedings from the detention unit.
As long as that can be arranged. Okay. I have no control over what the
I'll check with the
transfer
court officer.
people do.
Yeah, thank you.
Your Honor, I make the same.
The same would go for all of you. Yeah. So. All right, we're adjourned for 15 minutes. We'll come back at 11:45. We'll go until 1 o'clock, and then we'll break for lunch at that time.
All rise. All rise.
Be seated. We will now start hearing the evidence of prosecution witness 4500. Mr. Court Officer, please bring the witness into the hearing room.
Mr. President, if I may just inform the panel that Ms. Limani will be cross-examining on behalf of the Thaçi defense.
Thank you. Good morning, witness. Can you hear all right?
Good morning. Yes, I can.
Witness, the court usher will now provide you with the text of the solemn declaration which you are asked to take pursuant to Rule 141, Paragraph 2 of our Rules of Procedure. Please read the document to yourself and then speak it aloud.
If you please allow me to get my spectacles, and I will start reading the oath immediately.
What did he say? Oh, couldn't hear.
Can I start?
We're ready for you. Go ahead.
Conscious of the significance of my testimony and my legal responsibility, I solemnly declare that I will tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, and that I shall not withhold anything which has come to my knowledge. I swear.
Thank you, witness. You can be seated.
Your Honor, just a question to our CMU colleagues. We have protective measures for this witness, and does it mean that they are in place, are being implemented? Face distortion, voice distortion?
Yes, yes.
Thank you very much. Just to make sure, Your Honors.
Are we to be in public session?
Right now, we could remain in public session.
Sorry. Witness, today we will start your testimony, which is expected to last approximately 2 sessions. As you may know, the prosecution will ask you questions first and then counsel for victims. Once they are finished, the defense has the right to ask questions of you, and members of the panel might also ask questions of you. The prosecution estimate for your examination is 40 minutes. Victims' counsel will take approximately 15 minutes for questions. The defense estimates that it will need less than 2 hours. As regards each estimate, we hope that counsel will be judicious in the use of their time. The panel may allow redirect examination if conditions for it are met. Witness, please try to answer the questions clearly with short sentences. If you don't understand a question, feel free to ask counsel to repeat the question or tell them you don't understand and they will clarify. Also, please try to indicate the basis of your knowledge of facts and circumstances that you will be asked about. In the event you are asked by the SBO to attest to some corrections made regarding your statements, you are reminded to confirm on the record that the written statements as corrected by the list of corrections accurately reflects your declaration. Please also speak into the microphone and wait 5 seconds before answering a question, and then speak at a slow pace for the interpreters to catch up. During the next days while you're giving evidence in this court, you are not allowed to discuss with anyone the content of your testimony outside of the courtroom. If any person asks you questions outside of this court about your testimony, please let us know. Please stop talking if I ask you to do so, and also stop talking if you see me raise my hand. These indications mean that I need to give you an instruction. If you feel the need to take a break, please make an indication and we will accommodate you. We begin first with the questions from the prosecution. Please give them their attention. Mr. Michalczuk, you may begin.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, witness. We have met before, but let me introduce myself again. My name is Cezary Michalczuk, and I'll be asking you questions today on behalf of the prosecution.
Yes.
Establish your identity first, but for this, we'd like to go into private session.
Still can't push it. Into private session, please.
Your Honors, we are now in public session.
Go ahead.
Witness, as explained during the meeting that we had some time ago, rather than asking you questions about every relevant issue you may have information about, it may be possible to admit your prior statement containing such information into evidence. There are a number of procedural steps to follow, and I would like to go there now. Witness, have you been previously interviewed by the SPO? I cannot hear the answer.
Yes, I was interviewed by the prosecution.
Can we pull up the following documents, one next to the other? The English version would be at 069880-TR-ET, part 1, read 2, page 1. And the second document to be put on the screen is its Albanian translation, 069880-TR-AT, part 1, read 2, also page 1. Witness, can you see the documents before you on the screen?
Yes.
Looking at the documents, do you recognize them as your SPO interview?
Yes. Yes.
For testimony today, did you have the opportunity to review the contents of this statement?
No.
A meeting with me some time ago, during which you were.
Yes. Yes.
That?
Yes. Yes.
Mr. Michalczuk. Witness, Please wait till the lawyer finishes asking his question before you answer. It's easier for the translators, that way you're not talking over each other. Do you understand that?
Understood. It's clear.
For a moment after the question and then answer so that the translators can keep up.
I will also try to slow down, Your Honor.
I understand.
As my question stands, did you have the opportunity to review the contents of this statement?
Yes.
Preparation session during which you were reviewing your statement, did you have the opportunity to make corrections and clarifications to this statement?
Yes.
Clarifications and changes reflected in a note that was then read back to you?
Yes.
Do you confirm what was read back in that note reflects your changes fully and accurately?
Yes.
Subject to the changes provided in that note, does your statement accurately reflect what you said and what you would say if asked again in court today?
Yes.
Fulfilled the Rule 154 criteria and in accordance with your decision F02816 of 6th of January 2025, paragraphs 14 and 24b, the SPO hereby tenders in English and Albanian the following documents. English 069880-TR-ET parts 1 to 4 read 2 and part 5 is read 3, and the same for Albanian version of this statement 069880-TR-AT parts 1 to 4 read 2 and part 5 read 3, and also I tender an associated exhibit identified at paragraph 13 of Your Honor's decision F02816 at the following ERN number 069878-069879, along with preparation note 1. ERN number of the note is 124227-124233, and the note is dated 17th of December 2024.
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
Your Honour, we would just note for the record the objections filed in our separate motion in relation to the exclusion. Thank you.
Thank you.
Nothing from me, thank you.
No objection.
069880-TRET, Part 1 to 4 of Read 2 and Part 5 of Read 3, plus the Albanian translation is admitted.
Thank you, Your Honor. Part 1 of ERN 069880 will receive exhibit number P01965.1. Part 2 will receive exhibit number P01965.2. Part 3 P01965.3. Part 4 P01965.4, and finally Part 5 P01965.5.
The associated exhibit 069878 to 069879 is admitted.
The associated exhibit will receive exhibit number P01966.
And finally, prep note number 1, which is 124227 to 124233, is admitted.
Prep note will receive exhibit number P01967, and just to mention on the record that all the documents are marked as confidential. Thank you.
Indeed, confidential.
Do you intend to have them remain confidential?
I intend to remain them confidential for the protection of the identity of this witness.
Go ahead then.
We sent, Your Honors, the parties and participants the summary of this witness's evidence, and I would like to read it out for the record. There were no objections.
Go ahead.
In 1999, witness W04500 was arrested by armed KLA members and taken to a detention site where he was interrogated and beaten. He was detained with several other detainees and was moved with some of them to a second detention site. W04500 was released after spending around 1 month in detention. That concludes my summary. And Your Honors, I do not have any questions for this witness.
Thank you. Oh, I'm sorry. Victims Counsel.
It's me, I believe.
I even wrote it down this time, and I still missed it.
Just a minute, sorry. Good afternoon, sir. My name is Maria Radziejowska. We have met before. I'm representing victims in this case. I would like to ask you just a couple of questions about that will help the judges understand better how your detention in 1999 has affected your psychological well-being. All right?
Yes.
And Your Honors, I would like to move into private session.
Into private session, please, Madam Court Officer.
Your Honors, we are now in public session.
We're adjourned until 2:30.
All rise. All rise.
Be seated. Who's dealing with the issue of the classification?
Yes, Mr. President. Just to follow up on the where we left things off at the end of W04264's evidence, we, on behalf of the Thaçi defense, we see no reason why his statements that have now been admitted under 155 should remain confidential and think they should be public. However, if the prosecution believes there's something in the materials that needs to be confidential, we submit that public redacted versions of those statements should be prepared by the prosecution and then made exhibits or for the publicity of the proceedings. Thank you.
Wish to respond?
Yes, Your Honors, the SP will revise the material and we will come back to you in due course on this issue.
I don't like due course. When will you
Not
come
in
back?
due course, very, very soon. We simply need time to revise all the material in the...
Monday?
Could be, yes.
Okay, Monday. Thank you. Please bring the witness in, Madam Usher, or Mr. Usher. You may be seated, witness. Witness, we will continue with the questions from defense counsel, beginning with Ms. Limani. Go ahead, Ms. Limani.
Thank you, Your Honor. Madam Court Officer, could we please have on the screen DHT 04923-DHT 04923 in both languages?
Your Honors, one in public. Shall we remain in public?
No, let's go to private session. Sorry.
Into private session, please. We're adjourned for 5 minutes.
Your Honors, we're now in public session. All rise. All rise.
Be seated.
Your Honour, I'm very grateful for the time. Thanks.
Just a moment.
Simply stating we were grateful for the time. Thank you to the panel, and we've managed to resolve the issue. So we're now able to access the documents that were, we apologise, late served on the queue.
Please bring the witness in.
Your Honours, we are in public session. Shall we remain in public session?
Yes, please.
Yes, for the time being anyway. All right, witness, we're ready to continue. Ms. Rowan, go ahead.
Witness, apologies for that short delay. We were having some technical difficulties on our side. Could I ask Madam Court Officer, please, to bring us up DKV 1618? Now, unfortunately, witness, as this is being brought up, I'll just explain to you that this is only available in English, but I'll read it to you.
Your Honors, we are now in public session.
Go ahead, please.
All right, witness. I'd like to just now turn to the day of that kidnapping.
Your Honors, we are now in public session.
We're adjourned until 9 a.m. tomorrow.
All rise.